The Reds have rolled into town with a full head of steam. Domination on the mound, plus a balanced lineup, equals 2 wins for the Big Red Machine. And now the Giants need to crank up the orange and black machine. Stagnant for most of the month, it's time for the Giants to find the spark and get back in the groove. Saturday evening baseball here at AT&T Park. Our fans filing in as we look in. Reds, Giants, Game 3 of this 4-game series. Hi again, everybody. I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Mike Rucco. Yeah, the Giants are in dire need of a win. They need to start playing better at home, and a win tonight would help things out. And also, Mike, I think just for the way this team plays, they need to have Matt Cain get on track.
Well, that's going to be a key, and we don't think he's that far off. Now, you look at the last 3 starts, 0-3 ERA in the 8th, you think this is time for concern. He's not. He thinks he's that close to getting a good rhythm to where he's going to be able to go out there and command the strike zone with all of his pitches. Let's hope it starts tonight. The Giants really need him.
Giants need the horse to be the horse. When we come back, we will have lineups and the very first pitch of this game on a Saturday night. We'll have all of that right after this. As we get ready for baseball, our game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is now open every day. 65 degrees here at the yard. You see the winds, humidity at 63%, and it'll be a cool but nice evening. All right, let's take a look at the Cincinnati Reds lineup. It'll be the speedy Hamilton to lead it off, followed by Frazier, Votto, and Phillips. Jay Bruce, who's swinging the bat well, is hitting 5th. Then it's Mesoraco. Ludwig's got some ownage on King. Cozart, the shortstop, will hit 8th, and Alfredo Simon will pitch and bat 9th.
On the hill tonight for the Giants will be Matt Cain, a 6'3", 230-pound, 29-year-old, 9-year veteran. making start number 13 on the year. 1-6, still looking for win number 2 on the year. ERA at 4.82. Look at his strikeouts to walks, 2-1, very good. 63 hits allowed in 71 innings, very good. How does he do it? Well, a fastball that's low 90s. He will 4 and 2 seam the fastball. He's got a curveball. He'll cut the ball. He's got a slider. He'll throw a changeup. Throwing a lot of breaking balls, a lot of changeups of late.
And the first pitch of the ball game is on its way, and it's a call strike.
That came lifetime against the Reds, 4-5 with a 3.54 ERA.
So Hamilton takes a strike. He's hitting .277. He shows bunt, and it's a bit wide, says Dan Bellino, home plate umpire. Rayburn, Holberg, and Kellogg from first to third.
Yeah, Bellino, a low ball umpire. You got to put it between the knees. You're not going to get much outside the knees. And I'll explain that in a second.
Sanchez thought he had a strike. It's 2 balls and 1 strike.
Kane thought he had a strike. If you set an outside target up and the ball comes across the inside corner, you're not going to get that strike from Bellino. It pretty much has to be between the knees of the catcher. But one thing about Bellino, he loves ringing guys up. So if it's closer to 2 strike, there's the breaking ball they wrapped around the outside corner that Bellino said was a little outside.
And a strike, so it's 3-2. Hamilton 1 for 3 on Thursday, 3 for 5 last night. The Reds with 12 hits last night. And this is tap foul.
Let's take a look at the defense playing behind Matt Cain tonight for the Giants. Starting in the outfield from left to right, it's going to be Morse, Blanco, and Pence, best arm in right field. Crawford, Sandoval on the left side. Joe Panik and Adam Duvall on the right side of the infield. Hector Sanchez will be in the squad putting down the signs with Buster Posey getting a night off.
Hit up the middle, through Cain, into center field. A base hit for Billy Hamilton. Yeah, that's right. It's the Brandon weekend. The Crawford and Belt bobbleheads. They're handing out growth chart banners tomorrow. So here's Frazier. Frazier hitting at .290. Perfect guy to hit with Hamilton at first, and there's a strike.
Yeah, perfect guy to hit with Hamilton at first, because with Hamilton at first, you're going to see a lot of fastballs. Catchers do not want to call off speed stuff because it gives a good base stealer just that little extra edge to steal a base because the ball doesn't get there as quickly. So what do? You put a fastball hitter in that 2 spot, and that's what the Reds have done. And Frazier has responded quite well.
So no balls and 1 strike to Frazier. Frazier had 3 hits last night. Hamilton leaning.
There is a bit of a glare on the center field batter's eye, and there's sun in the eyes of the right center field and right field for outfielders.
Runner started to go, but it may have been that Hamilton took a peek and saw Sanchez on the pitch out. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Frazier with really all-star numbers. He's got 17 home runs. See if Hamilton takes off here. He's got 33. He's been thrown out 10 times. So I guess the bottom line is if you're pretty quick to the plate and if you give your catcher a shot, you can throw him out. And that got Sanchez good. And he's been getting it a lot lately.
Yeah, he was coming up anticipating a possible steal attempt from Hamilton. And when you raise up, you really become more of a target. And I think a lot of his problems with getting hit is that he does sit high. Watch him raising up just a little bit, and the foul ball right off the forehead. Wow.
So now Bruce Bochy comes out.
And you're right. I mean, it starts to accumulate. And it's very common for us to see him take at least one of those in a game. Eric Ortega, one of the Giants trainers, out. And that man right there, concerned.
Well, you get dinged like that in the first inning, you start thinking, there's 27 more outs to go.
Well, you know what, Allison, the Reds are probably going to take advantage of this. They're figuring that Sanchez is seeing stars a little bit right now. I would look for Billy Hamilton to be moving.
He should be moving anyway, to be honest with you.
Saw Buster Posey talking it over with Billy Hayes, two catchers. They know exactly how that feels.
See what Hunter Pence has to deal with in right field.
Yeah, this is the part of the field where it's a little weird right now. And if he has to go to his right and make a backhanded catch, good luck.
Runner goes. Got him. And Hamilton will steal the bag.
Well, Billy Hamilton on cue. Bit of a surprise seeing Frazier take a fastball right down the throat for a strike three.
You see that, and you really start to think maybe the background is an issue.
Boy, just explosive. He gets to full speed very quickly, which is what all good base stealers do. Take a look at our Toyota Exmo, brought to you by your local Toyota dealers, and you can see the belly slide from Billy Hamilton.
So here's Votto. Votto hitting at 260. Giants know that they have to keep an eye on Hamilton, whether it's at first or at second, because we've seen him in this series. He has no problems trying to steal every base, everyone. Can't steal first, but he has been getting on quite a bit. Votto fouls it out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Hamilton with his lead. And Kane will spin around and chase Hamilton back. On deck is Brandon Phillips. One and two.
It's a good fastball, and that's perfect location. Let's take a look at our Nissan keys, and one of the keys was Kane find it early, and he has got a nice rhythm with that fastball right now, and he is planting on both sides of the strike zone. That is a key, and contribution from the bottom three, the 6, 7, 8 hitters. That has to be something that you anticipate is going to be positive tonight. Those are our Nissan keys to the game.
So that would be Crawford, Duvall, and Panic.
That's right.
Two and two. So Kane working hard. He's got one out. He got Frazier looking. And Votto is always, and I mean always, going to give you a battle.
And he's a very good two-strike hitter. Makes nice adjustments.
Hit at Blanco. 2 outs. And here's Phillips. So Phillips will step up. He had a hit in 5 at-bats last night.
Likes the first pitch, especially fastball.
Slider, breaking ball, 1 ball and no strikes. .276 for Brandon Phillips. And a strike to even the count.
See Kane come set, and he'll take a look at second, then he'll come back, and his head will be facing third base, and he's peripherally picking up the runner at second. It's a great way to maintain a pause with your runner. And you can do it as a right-hander or left-hander with a runner at second base. He'll come set with his eyes. He'll look at the runner, and then he'll look straight ahead.
And now they got Hamilton picked off, and Kane is going to run at him, and he gives it up to Panic, and Panic to Sandoval, and he's out of the baseline, and he's out. So that's unforgivable to get picked off with 2 outs, standing at second. Bottom of the first coming up. Coors Light. It'll be Blanco, Pence, and then Pablo Sandoval. And Sandoval since May 11th. Yep, he's been pretty good. Followed by Morris, Sanchez, and Crawford. Duvall, he's going to hit 7th, then Panic, and then Kane.
On the hill tonight for the Reds will be Alfredo Simon, 6'6", 275 pounds of, making start number 16. This is a guy who was supposed to be in the bullpen this spring. When Matt Latos went down to injury, he got in the rotation, and he's not leaving anytime soon. He's in the top 10 statistics in just about every pitching category as a starter, and he has got great stuff. Low to mid-90s fastball. He can cut it, he can sink it, he's got a curveball, a little bit of a slider, and he'll throw a changeup. He's really been a great story for Cincinnati.
And Blanco with a base hit to lead off the bottom of the first. And Giants have not seen a lot of that, and now they got the leadoff hitter on. How about that?
Well, that's good things happening here at the ballpark. Let's take a look at the defense playing behind Simon. It'll be Ledwick, Hamilton, and Bruce. That's your outfield. Cozart and Frazier on the left side. Phillips and Votto on the right side. And Devin Mesoraco will be in the squad, putting down the sign. Hamilton and Bruce, outstanding arms in center and right.
And here's Pence. Hunter Pence hitting .295. Picked up his 30th run batted in the game last night. And Blanco is leaning. Sandoval on deck, and then Michael Morse. Blanco's got 8 steals. He's been thrown out once.
Now he's going to get a chance to steal here because you would expect a guy 6'6", 270 to be slow out of the stretch, and Simon indeed is slow. He'll give you a step or two.
A little bit of a quick pitch there. 1 ball and no strikes. Giants are 46-34. I'll give you the bad news. They've lost 13 of 17. I'll give you the good news. They're a game and a half up on the Dodgers. There's a strike. Hunter Pence could roll a bowling ball between Votto and Phillips. There's the Pence bobblehead from the stretch drive, by the way.
By the way, I've never heard that described. Roll a bowling ball through it.
Yeah.
I bet he could.
He could.
See, you keep surprising me all the time.
Well, to be a little bit more specific, when you're from Wisconsin, bowling's a big deal, right? Because it's an indoor sport in the winter.
Yeah.
It really would depend upon what frame. Later frames, maybe not. Earlier frames, yeah. On the ground, it could be a pair. Cozart to Phillips to Votto. So Bruce Bochy probably wishing that Gregor Blanco would have taken off, but woulda, coulda, shoulda, 2 outs. And here's Sandoval. Sandoval hitting .265, 9 home runs, 34 driven in. And he takes a strike. The Giants don't have a whole lot of history against Simon. They did face him in postseason in 2012. This is tap foul, nothing in 2.
Panda people are here in force. Part of the Panda Army.
Sandoval out swinging to end the inning. And with the help of the double play, a quick inning for Simon. No score. The updated National League All-Star voting. You can see Gomez from the Brewers, McCutchen, Pirates, Puig, Dodgers, Ramirez, Brewers, Tulo, Utley and Goldschmidt. Yadier Molina is behind the dish. Now the All-Star voting continues on MLB.com through July 3rd. The 2014 All-Star Game will be played on Tuesday, July 15th. And balloting updates will be announced Sunday night on ESPN and Tuesday night right here in Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. Phillips takes a strike. I don't have any problems with any of those guys.
No, that's a good team right there.
Phillips takes it down low on the appeal, no swing. On deck is Jay Bruce and then Devin Mesoraco. Off the end of the bat on the curveball, it's 1-2. And he got him. All right, let's check in with Amy G.
All right, gentlemen, more good news to report on Brandon Belt last night with the San Jose Giants. He went 2 for 3 with a home run and a single on tonight. He is DHing for the Fresno Grizzlies. He's already had a single in his first AB. Guys, expected to get 3 to 4 ABs tonight and tomorrow play in the field. Dwayne?
All right. The quicker the better, although, as always, we'd love to have those guys back. You just want them back at the right time.
Well, and be right. Don't come back and be short physically, or you don't have a good strike zone. Be ready to go. When you show up at the big leagues, I mean, they're going to expect you to be good to go. They're not going to figure that you're going to get 40 at bats to warm up to a strike zone. So when you show up, be ready to roll.
Bruce bounces this one, and it's over the bag at second into center field.
We talked to about Matt Cain, and watch how he comes set with Hamilton at second base, and watch his head. He'll look at him, then he'll come right in the middle, and he'll pick up peripheral vision of the plate and the runner, and that's a great way to hold your runner at second without giving a lot of looks. Now, this is a planned play from the bench. It's a spin move. He never gives him a look. Comes up and settles into a spin move, and they get him on a pickoff. So 2 little things that are good tips for young pitchers.
So here's Mesoraco with Bruce at first. The hit by Bruce, his 6th hit in the series.
Yeah, he had been pretty cold till about the last week, and he's really been hot, and he's picked it up in this series as well. And you have to pay attention to him at first. He will walk right into a lead, and he will steal.
So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Mesoraco 0 for 3 lifetime against Cain. In the dirt, and it skips over that sidewall over by the on-deck circle, and that'll be a wild pitch. So Hector Sanchez had that one skip by him.
Yeah, he got a little glove tied there. I mean, he reaches out almost like he started to reach out like he was going to backhand it like a shortstop. Then he, the last second, tried to twist his glove around. It's too late.
Popped up to the right side for Joe Panik. 2 outs.
Well, fans, this is day 3 of our Junior Giants stretch dive. You've heard a lot about our Junior Giants program recently. This is truly a unique league that provides safe activities for youth in some of our more challenged communities. Kids learn confidence, teamwork, leadership, and many more great qualities. You can keep kids involved all summer long by making a donation at any level. Visit jrgiants.org to learn more about this special campaign.
Ludwig takes a pitch in tight. He's got a little bit of ownage on Kane. 3 lifetime home runs and 22 at bats.
Good high ball hitter.
He also has got one off of Kane in postseason.
A little cutter or a slider on a 1-0 pitch, and the way that Ludwig went after that, I think he was surprised he missed it.
One ball and 1 strike to Brian Ludwig. Out of play, 1-2.
You know, when you're talking about the Junior Giants program, it's great to listen to Willie McCovey talk about the program. Yep, she's a 2-fisted cone eater. Takes it seriously. McCovey said when he was a kid, raised in Alabama, they didn't have fields for him to play on. So to be able to be involved with a program that provides kids who come from tough neighborhoods with good places to play baseball, he's behind it 100%.
High fastball, 2-2. Yep, just dreaming. Head down.
That looks like fun.
Thanks for stopping by. 2-2.
We need to start doing that more often.
Well, after our experience on Tuesday night out in the Coors Light Silver bullpen, we had to do a game from that boat, just dreaming. High and foul and out of play.
I'm in.
Serious.
There's a look at the Port Walk, Cubby Cove, and Silver bullpen.
Two and 2 to Ludwig. Up the middle, Kane's got it, and that'll end the inning. Morris, Sanchez, Crawford coming up.
It says he's got the ERA for a reason. He moves the ball back and forth with high velocity, sink, cut, good changeup. He didn't give you the same look more than once. High praise.
Here's Morris. Michael Morris hitting .281. Takes a strike, 13 home runs, 44 driven in. Yeah, worked on that last night. Turned out just fine.
That's right.
Yeah.
Cover up Wilson. Break out the duct tape, strap on a Morris, and you're good to go. Good.
.0-2 pitch. Is foul back. Hector Sanchez on deck, and then Brandon Crawford. On the ground to Cozart. And that'll be a 6-3 put out. 1 out. And here's Sanchez.
It's all right. It's all right. Just the first at bat. We're good. Everything's fine. Yeah. Not panic.
Don't be taking that tape off just yet.
Look at the road that Simon has traveled. And there was a while that he was in the Giants organization. He got to the big leagues with the Baltimore Orioles and was in their bullpen primarily. And when we saw him early on, I mean, he was always a hard thrower. Didn't have a lot of finesse to his game. And I think what the big difference was, if you look at his career, I mean, it was when he got to Cincinnati and learned the changeup. And his lifetime ERA had been in the 5s at the big league level. Now all of a sudden he gets to Cincinnati and his ERA as a Reds pitcher is 2.78. Finds himself here in the rotation. I don't see him leaving anytime soon.
No. 2-2 now to Sanchez.
And it's amazing what one pitch can do for a guy.
Hey, the girls are here.
Yep.
They're ready. Attitude.
Total attitude.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
This group right here does not miss a whole lot.
And Sanchez is gone.
And again, the changeup. Same pitch that was a strikeout pitch for Pablo Sandoval.
Here's Crawford. Crawford at 254, 7 home runs, 36 driven in. Trying to get something started with 2 outs. And a strike, and it's 0-1. Hey, one of our favorites is here.
Yeah, Barry Zito's here.
And he got him, and that'll end the inning. 3rd inning coming up. Cozart will lead things off.
That's a good changeup.
Rewind. It was Matt Cain who started Game 5 of the 2012 NLDS. Remember, the Giants were part of 6 elimination games in that postseason, and Cain started 3 of those 6. Giants won all of them, and he was terrific, and the Giants went on to win that game. Here's Cozart. Cozart hitting .229, 2 home runs, 19 driven in.
In that Game 5, Cain 5 2/3 innings, 5 strikeouts, 3 earnings. And for Cain, I mean, his start came around in every of the clinch games. So to say that he can handle the pressure is an understatement.
There's a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike.
That's 2-seam fastball on a 2-0 count. Good sink. A lot more fastballs tonight than we saw in his last start.
Hunter Pence coming in as the ball dives, and Hunter Pence makes the catch.
Scared me there.
And that'll bring up Simon. Simon is 3 for 31. And he takes a strike. It's a big target. And Cain's pitch just outside. I think Cain's looking in it. Dan Bellino saying that was a strike, Mr. Bellino. And a line drive smoked into center field for a base hit.
Well, next Tuesday, July 1st, is Tim Lincecum's next start. Take advantage of the no-hitter special ticket offer, as tickets for the game versus the Cardinals are going to go on sale for only $20. When purchasing tickets at sfgiants.com/tickets, use the coupon code TIMMY. That's Tim Lincecum's next start, Tuesday, July 1st, 7:15 versus the Cardinals. Again, use coupon code TIMMY when buying those tickets online.
So here's Hamilton, who singled in the first inning to open up the ball game. Here he lines this one into right center field. That's going to be a base hit. Pence is going to cut it off. That'll keep Simon at second base. And Hamilton's 2 for 2.
Yeah, that's one way of slowing Hamilton down. Get him on base and have a 6'7", 270-pound pitcher on second base ahead of him.
Frazier struck out looking in the first. And the pitch is wide. 1 ball and no strikes. At second, Simon. At first, Hamilton. 2 singles back to back here in the third. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Cain not giving him the fastball in the fastball count. Backed up that breaking ball. And for a guy who's got a curveball, he always likes to throw it a second time if he doesn't get the first one where he wants it. Cain made a nice adjustment with that pitch. Second time he threw it.
Tap to Sandoval. To Panic. To the ball. And that'll end the inning. Duvall, Panic, Cain coming up.
Sportsnet Bay Area is brought to you by Provident Credit Union. Make life easy.
It is a 0-0 ball game as we head to the home half of the third inning. One of the new towers, actually the big tower on the new section of the Bay Bridge. See the older section that slowly is starting to disappear. So it'll be Duvall to lead it off, followed by Panic, and then Kane. A couple of guys that just recently arrived here at the big league level.
Yeah, they're going to get a look at a big league changeup. That has been the impressive pitch from Alfredo Simon tonight. One to measure, one to rake.
Tap slowly to Cozart. Cozart on Dovato.
You know, the Alfredo Simon story really is a pretty good one. And there's a lot of guys in professional baseball that just really haven't found that one pitch that takes them to the next level. And it is the hope of a lot of organizations every year that you find guys like Alfredo Simon, guys who've been around. You know, he's a 4-year vet, so he's 32 years old. Not like he is completely new on the scene. But he knew he always had a good arm. And now all of a sudden he's got 3 or 4 different pitches that he has command of, and he's taken off.
Panic takes a strike. He's hitting 125. With Matt Cain on deck, one out here in the bottom of the third. This is bounced to Phillips. 2 outs. And here's Cain. Cain swinging the bat a little bit. He's 4 for 20 on the season. And Cain hits it high and foul, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Blanco's on deck. He's got the only hit in the game for the Giants. Outside to Cain. 2 balls and 1 strike. Swing and a miss. 2-2.
Simon, not a whole lot of stretch time this first time through the lineup. Leadoff single to Blanco, and a quick double play, and after that, it's been all wind-up.
And Cain has gone to end the inning. That's 4 strikeouts now for Simon. Cain's going back out. He'll face Joey Votto.
and Ian, with me is Janice Jensen, and PG&E sponsored the Brandon bobblehead giveaways, and Janice is with Habitat for Humanity. She's the CEO for Silicon and East Bay, Silicon Valley, and tell us a little bit by why you wanted to partner with Habitat for Humanity. Or, I'm sorry, with PG&E?
It's okay. Habitat,
we'll get it.
Yeah, we'll get it. It's Habitat's honored to work with PG&E. They're an amazing corporate sponsor, and they're not only have they invested about $10 million into solar habitat throughout northern and central California, but their employees are the rock stars of volunteers. They come out and donate thousands of hours helping Habitat to build homes for families with limited incomes in our neighborhoods.
It's a great program. Sitting behind us is actually the Polanco family. They're a solar habitat recipient. And how much money can this save a family?
Usually families report to us they save about $500 per year in utility costs. And that money then can be reinvested in their kids' education and other things that help to advance the family instead of electric bills.
Those are bad. We don't like those. All right. Janice Jensen, CEO, Habitat for Humanity, East Bay and Silicon Valley, and they're partners with PG&E, and we appreciate your time. Dwayne and Mike.
All right. Good stuff. Here it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Joey Votto. Votto lined out to Blanco to end, actually for the second out, and then Hamilton got picked off in the first. Here he shoots it foul. It's 1-2. Dodgers behind Zach Greinke, who won his 10th game, beat the Cardinals today 9-1. So the Dodgers with a laugher.
Yeah, 10 strikeouts in that game.
1-2 pitch. Blanco moving back, still moving back, and he makes the catch.
Well, the bride showed up. You bet. Bachelorette party, gamer bride. Of course she is. Best wishes to you, my dear. Tonight, looks like it's going to be a fun night.
Good for them. Hope they have a blast. Here's Phillips, who struck out in the second. Swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike.
Phillips is one of those guys that can look completely horrible on a pitch, give you some kind of swing that you don't even recognize, and then in the same at bat, burn you off the wall, the opposite gap.
Yeah, I would say that he's not a guy that you can trust his swings at all.
No, he heals up quickly. Bad swing. Slides right off his back. Not a problem. I only need 1.
Blanco now comes racing in as he comes a long way and puts it away. 2 outs for Jay Bruce. Jay Bruce with a base hit with 1 out in the second inning. Hit a ball right back up the middle. And he bounces this one away from the defense. Panic's got it, and his throw is not nearly in time. So as many times as the Giants defense has done a good job with placing their defenders in great spots, Jay Bruce has screwed them all up.
Yeah, well, you're right. It's his 7th hit in the series, and a lot of them have just simply done this. Hit away from the defense. They play him to pull. And that's a ground ball right to a normal second baseman, but the Panic had to go 5 or 6 steps way to his right, maybe even more. Then he had to set, make the long throw. You forget, Jay Bruce runs well.
Pretty good, yep. He step on the bag? I think he did. So here's Mesoraco. Mesoraco popped out to Panic in the second inning. And he shoots it to right field for a base hit.
Nice opposite field approach.
So Ludwig will hit again with a runner in scoring position. He had a long at bat against Kane in the second, and then hit a soft line drive right back to Kane. So here's Ludwig. Ludwig with a strike, and it's 0-1. Another sellout crowd tonight. Beautiful night. Giants trying to get that home crowd into the game, get them going. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
That's the one thing they need to do. They need to get the hometown magic going. The first 26 games, they won 20 of them here, and last 12 have not gone that well. They're 2-10.
Two. 1-2.
Add one more curveball. Why not? He missed the first two. Keep going up there until he does something. So basically, Ludwig's telling me, I'm seeing that breaking ball now. You're throwing me 3 in a row. Do you go up top and try and throw a fastball by him? Remember, he's a pretty good high ball hitter.
Duvall will be over, and now the wind will bring it back, and that'll end the inning. So 2 base hits do not hurt Kane, and now the top of the order's coming up.
First is social media night presented by AT&T. And earlier this season, Giants fans were asked via social media what they thought should be the giveaway on social media night. The winning concept was a Buster Hugs t-shirt. Purchase a social media special event ticket and you will receive a limited edition Buster Hugs t-shirt and a ticket to see the Giants take on the Cardinals. Go to sfgiants.com/special events.
Here's Blanco. I thought the Buster Hugs, the first time I saw it was the best.
Yeah.
And it never gets old.
I agree.
So Blanco lined a single into center field to open up the first, bottom of the first. Here he shoots one out of play. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Okay, pretty good balance in that swing.
Then the 1-1 to Blanco, bounced up the middle. Kozar will cut it off. And his throw is a bit wide, but Votto stays on the bag. So Blanco retired, and here's Pence. Pence hit into a double play. To Kozart. Kozart's had a lot of work already in this game. He's had 4 ground balls. One ball and no strikes.
Giants just cannot get Simon in the stretch. Break up that rhythm out of the windup.
This is going to be playable for Votto. And Votto puts it away. Time to log on to CSNBayarea.com and decide the player of the game. The winner will be revealed during Giants postgame live. Check out the enhanced Bloomberg stats and more. Giants in-game live on CSNBayarea.com. Log on and vote now. The one thing I found about pop-ups here and pop-ups at Candlestick, it's tough to look cool on pop-ups. I mean, you might think you got it going, and then it's like, uh-oh. You see the lovely Martha. This is fouled off of Sandoval's foot. Yeah, a little shaky.
Not a fan. Well, somebody ought to create the San Francisco pop-up dance. You've been talking about it for years. I think it would make for a good dance craze. Because basically you could get in the middle of the dance floor and just do anything you want. Bounce off the walls, drift left, drift right, and then drop your drink. That's the dance.
Yeah, it's bad. I'm telling you. Oh-2 pitch to Sandoval. Go to Candlestick. Stand out there at second, maybe trying to impress someone that you just met. And what do you think to yourself? I don't want any pop-ups.
Yeah, they're overrated.
Hit on the ground, Kozart on the backhand. Kicks it around, and Sandoval's aboard. I bet that's going to be an error.
Well, I would think so.
Sandoval had one changed from last night to a hit.
I mean, he's really reaching well below the strike zone, and he managed to put a pretty good sting into it. Kozart, who's a very sure-handed shortstop, coming into a backhand, the thing comes up on him, hits him in the heel. And he had time to regroup to the bare hand, but he just couldn't get a second grip. So
yeah, he had 29 games without an error.
It was an E6 all the way.
Here's Morris, who bounced out to Kozart. That runs inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Hector Sanchez to follow. Out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Morris either trying to knock one out of the park or move the line along for Sanchez. Takes a good breaking ball and it misses. 2 balls and 1 strike. He had a big swing. Votto over. And Votto is going to make the catch, and that'll end the inning. No runs in error, 1 left through 4. It remains 0-0. We head to the 5th inning. Here's our McDonald's True Stories on this date in 02. Jeff Kent, boom, clubbed a 2-run homer at Oakland off of Mark Mulder, making his 150th home run with the Giants and his 1500th hit in the big leagues. Jeff Kent, I miss that guy.
He was a good one.
I miss that guy. So here's Cozart. Cozart takes wide. Cozart, Simon, Hamilton, 5th inning. 7 hits in the game. 7. The Reds with 6, the Giants with 1.
And that 1 hit for the Giants was the leadoff man, Gregor Blanco, to start the game off.
So Cozart's got to figure he's going to see a strike here. It's 3-0.
Little sling in that delivery on the 2-0 fastball.
Not close. Ball 4. Well, that's a 4-pitch walk.
First walk of the night for Kane. And he scratches his head a little bit trying to figure that out. Not what he had in mind, which sets up the bunt situation now for Simon.
Yeah, there's the Pence jersey when Hunter Pence was a Philadelphia Philly. Simon pulls the bat back. And Panic's going to make the catch. That's one where you could actually, if you've got enough nerve, you can let it drop.
He's barely got a week in the big leagues.
Yeah, you're right.
You don't get any nerve on a play like that till you get about 2 years under your belt.
Yeah, that's true.
But it would have been nice to get Simon on the base pass because he plugs him up.
So here's Hamilton. Hamilton is 2 for 2.
Panic had the pop-up dance going a little bit there towards the end.
The one thing you do sometimes, he almost stuck that bare hand in there too soon.
Hector Sanchez a little upset that last curveball was not called a strike. But if you think back in the first inning when Dan Bellino called a similar pitch a ball, in his mind it's wrapping around that corner, the outside corner. It's not going across the plate. So he is consistent with it, although Sanchez doesn't like it. So Kane moves it about a click over to the left and gets it in the strike zone. Set up in the outside corner, right between the knees. Boom. Bellino says, okay.
Yeah, throw that one again. I like that. See, the Reds ranked second now in stolen bases. Runner goes. And this is slowly hit, and now Panic's going to have to hurry. And they just get Hamilton.
He didn't give a whole lot of time, does he?
Yeah. And you know it as soon as the ball is hit.
But it is a productive out, and Kozar moves up into scoring position now. All right, let's watch him run. I mean, 0 backswing, so you know he's going to get out of the box quickly. As fast as he is, you just can't outrun the baseball. Nice changeup. The truck had him at 3.6. That's the fastest we've seen down the line this year. And again, great speed and no backswing gives you a good score.
Hard to imagine that Mickey Mantle was that fast.
Yeah. It is hard to imagine that.
1-0 to Frazier. He's 0 for 2. And a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. At second, Cozart. And a high fastball makes it 2-1. Matt Cain with 71 pitches. He's been in the stretch a lot more than Alfredo Simon. As a matter of fact, he's been in the stretch every inning. And it has not bothered him. Hunter Pence, side retired. So Cain wiggling in and out of trouble. Sanchez, Crawford, Duvall, Panik, and Cain coming up.
AT&T Park. Text refresh to 49375.
It's a 0-0 ball game. So we got a birthday gamer babe grandma. Think it's the one with the hat on?
Yes, I do. And she has got it going.
Here's Hector Sanchez, who takes a strike. Sanchez, little success in the second inning when he struck out in a couple of changeups.
We just haven't seen anything come off the arm of Simon tonight that has not been quality. He has located great stuff, and he has really mixed his speeds well.
Hit on the ground, and it's Phillips who will make the play.
I mean, that was one of the hardest hit balls off of Simon.
It was. Here's Crawford.
And this has to be agonizing for Bruce Bochy, and Hensley Mullins, the Giants hitting coach, Joe LaFay, the Giants hitting coach. Just not a lot of offense, and it has prolonged, going into its third week now. Here you see Sir Bam Bam on the right.
Crawford's going to shoot one to left for a hit.
This crowd is really wanting to get into it. And that's an opposite field single, and you thought he just hit the ball in the pond. But this is how you beat this pitch. That's an excellent sink, perfect location, and a beautiful job of beating an excellent pitch. Go the other way.
See, I think this is going to be pretty fruitful here this fifth inning because of your keys to the game.
That's right. Bottom three guys, the 6, 7, 8 guys, make a statement. There's a one-out knock.
A lot of people made fun of that key. I did not. Yeah. I saw some of the reactions when you mentioned one BI, the keys to the game. There's a pitch down low, 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, the problem is the guys who are American League fans, they think the bottom 3 guys are 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
National League will tell you that the bottom 3 guys are the 6, 7, 8 guys. Tonight it's Crawford, Duvall, and Panic. Giants have not had a runner get to second base yet.
I don't remember that being one of your keys, was it?
We want to get that runner home.
1 ball and no strikes. Dodgers won today, big. Milwaukee beats Colorado for the 6th straight time this year. Milwaukee's on the win train right now.
Yes, they are. They got it going.
Rote down the left field line. That's going to bounce up against the wall. Double for Duvall.
And that was loud.
And that'll bring up Panic.
They set up in the inside part of the plate, and that was right to the glove. If it leaked out of the plate, it leaked over a corner. And you really can't call that a mistake from Simon. What the Reds just found out is Duvall covers that middle in pitch well, and he put a charge into that one. And it is time now for a panic attack.
And Joe Panic bounced out to Phillips. Not quite getting this. They've got Cozart playing in and Phillips playing back. What?
Well, it is a bit unusual that half the infield's playing in.
throw foul.
Well, Joe
not a half. 3/4.
All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3. And they have Brandon Phillips playing back. So there's your 3/4 pulled in defense. Panik hitless in his last 13 at bats. He's due.
To run that fastball in, he did, but he missed 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, and Simon followed it. He thought he had the pitch. That was 95-mile-an-hour front door sink. Watch it come back. Just missed.
Yeah, we've seen it called. Maybe not tonight, but certainly this year.
Now, as a pitcher, if you're 1-0, you're thinking that that catcher's going to give you a target behind the plate. And when you hit the glove between the knees, you're thinking that's a strike.
Two balls and 1 strike.
Fish are not biting. Doesn't look like Simon is too overly stressed out about the situation. He does have an open base here, so he can afford to be careful the way he goes after Panik. Panik was leading the Pacific Coast League in hits before he got called up. He had 94 AAA ball this year, so he does have confidence with that bat in his hands. This is a fly ball situation.
Knocked down. Cozart's going to get the out. Crawford scores. But Simon saved a run.
Panik, good at bat, gets the job done. And really gets robbed by a nice glove play from Simon. If it gets past Simon, that's 2 RBIs. Disciplined approach, just taking a little swing out, going back up the middle. The Giants scratch the board first. Right to the glove hand side of Simon, who knocks it down. Cozart finishes it off, but the job, well, it got the job done.
Here's Kane. Kane struck out in the 3rd. And he lays down a bunt. Frazier takes his time. Got him. And that'll end the inning. Hey, nice effort by everybody. 6th inning coming up.
Time for our fan photo contest. It is sponsored by AT&T. Tweet us and hashtag it CSNBA fan photo. Include your name and your hometown tonight. Hey, somebody looks kind of familiar in that photo. It's me with Ashley Mars. She's from San Francisco. Thanks, Ashley. It was fun hanging out with you last night. And thanks to all the gentlemen in the truck for choosing that picture, Dwayne and Mike. FYI, I did not pick it, guys.
Yeah, we believe you, Amy.
Yeah, sure.
We believe you.
Oh, yeah.
Just like you were going to pick up the check in San Diego for lunch. That was not going to happen. Yeah. What did she pull out, a 20? She pulled out a 20 that day?
I thought it was a 50.
A 50? I think I remembered something about Abraham Lincoln.
Well, yeah, I mean, she just doesn't pull them out very often in the wallet. The last time she pulled a dollar bill out of her wallet, George Washington squinted, hadn't seen the sun in so long.
Yeah, hey, I'll take you guys out to lunch in San Diego. Okay, good.
Yeah, that worked.
Here's Joey Votto. No balls and 1 strike.
It was a good thought, though.
Votto, Phillips, Bruce, the beef here in the 6th inning. Votto now choked up. I mean, he's got 3 inches on that bat. He's choked up.
I've never seen him do that.
That's like telling Matt Cain, yeah, your fastball is a little sneaky tonight, pal. Maybe 4 inches.
Last time I saw a guy choke up that high, it was Dan Gladden.
Yeah, and he was doing it because Frank Robinson threatened to kill him if he didn't.
But he also had a 37-inch bat. Votto's got a 34.5-inch bat. Guy choked up that much, I would not pitch him inside.
And they don't. 2-2. Out of play. Sue Peterson from the Giants Community Fund just stopped in with a note saying that the Junior Giants stretch drive running total now has reached $220,000 with 1 more day to go. So way to go, Giants fans. You got another day and you never disappoint. You never do. 2-2 pitch. He is outside 3-2.
This becomes a big pitch. Cain, who has always had a very good ability to get the shutdown inning, trying to get one here. But the leadoff out is so important.
Yeah, this should be a pretty good pitch to hit for Votto. And he got him. Wow.
Good curveball. Wow. 3rd strikeout for Cain. Well, over 21,000 kids in 90 communities participate in the Junior Giants program. And did you know that of these 70% of these kids would not play baseball if not for this program? We're grateful for your support of the stretch drive at any level. $440 donors receive a baseball autograph by Willie McCovey and Hunter Pence. $1,500 donors receive a Hunter Pence autograph bat just like this one. Go to jrgiants.org to learn more.
Here's Phillips. Phillips taps this one foul. Phillips struck out in the 2nd, popped out to the center fielder Blanco in the 4th. And that runs in tight. That's probably not where Cain wanted to throw it.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a hanger, and Sanchez tried to coax it back into the zone, but it was high. Bellino is a low ball guy, remember?
Hey, Krug, nice to see you again.
Yeah, I'm voting best dressed.
I remember when your hair was that long. Don't remember it being that straight, though. Back to Cain. Cain will take his time. Time for the Cold Hard Facts, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Jay Bruce, Miguel Cabrera, Adrian Beltre are the only active players with 30 straight seasons with 30 or more home runs. And there you can see the 2014 total. Jay Bruce this year with 7. So he's got a little bit of work to do. Beltre with 9, and Cabrera is going to do it. So here's Bruce, who's got 2 hits. And a breaking ball for a strike. Overshift is on. This is the wishbone. And it's hit on the ground, and Crawford's going to spin and throw. And Duvall stayed. No! They're going to say Duvall was off the bag and moving too fast.
Yeah, that's one they're going to look at.
And that's DJ Rayburn who's making the call, and Bruce Bochy's coming out.
It's going to be close. I do think he stayed in contact with the bag. But the fact that he didn't stay in contact with it very long is probably what. Yeah, I do believe he stayed in contact, at least from that angle.
Bruce Bochy didn't waste any time.
Yeah, this is going to be an out.
And maybe this is the quickest. Crook and Kite predicting the quickest overturn in the history of the replay. This replay review is presented by Xfinity. This will be the quickest. We're on the clock.
All right, they're watching it.
This will be the quickest.
They're watching it.
And like I said, this will be the quickest.
This is the one that you get. Well, no, here's the one. All right. He's out.
This will be the quickest overturn of the year.
Well, I don't know. That prediction is starting to become jeopardized.
I know, but I can't go backwards now.
No, you cannot.
This will clearly be one of the quickest of the year.
Hey, we're both on the limb here. We had the thumb up sign quickly. All right, one more look just to stay in shape. That's the one right there. You got to say, once you see that, what's the deal?
This will be one of the slower replays of the year.
All right, here we go. Ready? Ryan Price, the skipper of the Reds, Bay Area kid.
Yeah, this will be. Yeah, see you later.
Boom!
Four hours and 3 minutes for the quickest replay of the year. So the call is overturned. Bottom of the 6th coming up.
Insurance Brokers, offering business and personal insurance, employee benefits, and financial services. Visit us at hefins.com and by Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
1-0 Giants. Top of the order for the Giants, facing Alfredo Simon. You see the garden. Is there a bar in the middle of that? I think so.
Oh yeah, you can't. If you have a garden like that, you got to have a bar in it. Come on.
Goodness. So you ask for a little kale salad with a couple of shots. Wouldn't be a problem for you. I know that, for crying out loud.
Well, I mean, having a good salad.
There's a Bloody Mary right there.
Well, a glass of scotch goes right down with the good vinaigrette. I've always felt that way.
A little concerned about the view of the game, though. I got to tell you. 1 ball and 1 strike. Blanco singled in the first, bounced out to Cozart in the 4th. Here he shoots this one on the ground to Cozart again. 1 out. And here's Pence. Pence is bounced into a double play, and he's popped out to Votto. We are in the 6th. It's 1-0 Giants. And Pence takes down low. Pence waves at a pitch. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
I did not see that one very well.
Pence trying to reach for Pablo Sandoval, the 1-1. And a breaking ball that had Pence just moved back a little bit, just enough where you can't take a swing at it.
A little bit of a buckle job right here. I mean, that's a hanger right there. That's the one you want to try and hit. Again, I just don't think he's seeing the spin.
Tapped again to Cozart. Cozart to Votto, and Pence just out. Cozart earned his meal money today, and here's Sandoval.
Yeah, he's done a nice job in this series. 1 miscue, but really has been flawless besides that. Cozart's been in 75 games and he's only made 5 errors.
It was a ball hit by Sandoval, where he was charged with an error in the 4th. And here's a high fastball with a swing and a miss. And that was probably the one you wanted to swing at. 0-2. Sandoval trying to reach for Michael Morse. And that pitch is wide, so it's 1-2. Two and 2 to Pablo Sandoval.
He's softballing him everything away. Change-ups and curveballs. Change-ups and curveballs. you wouldn't think it's possible that a guy has a 95, 96 mile an hour fastball that would rely more on his off-speed stuff. But Simon has been that guy. And impressively, I might add. 66 pitches on the night. He really hasn't had to work outside of one inning when he had 18 pitches. The rest of it has been below the norm.
Full count now to Pablo Sandoval.
97 mile an hour fastball. First 3-ball count of the night for Simon. Give you an idea of what type of command he's had with his stuff.
Three-two pitch. And he walked him. All right, Pablo Sandoval with a walk.
That doesn't happen very often.
What, the Panda taking a walk?
Yeah. Pablo Sandoval in the year. That's his 21st walk in 293 at bats. I'll start looking for Haley's Comet up there.
Morris is bounced out and he's popped out. Here he takes low. So in the stretch now, Simon. Sandoval with his lead. Votto holding him close. Foul back. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Nice, nasty 1-0 pitch. That's a 91 mile an hour cutter on the outside corner at the knees. Think about Morse though. He can hurt you on that location. There's a slight pull in the infield on the left side. See a hole in the right side that big, and with Morse's ability to go to right field, he may take a shot at it.
1 ball and 1 strike. And he rolls it foul. That time Simon ran that ball in. So it's 1-2. Sandoval with his lead, and that's knocked down. Mesoraco did the impossible.
Yeah, he sacrificed a shoulder for it too. I think he caught a lot of flesh with that. But I don't know how he blocks this thing. Big curveball comes up and hits it right underneath the shoulder.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's a biter right there.
2-2. And a 3-2 pitch coming up now. And this means Sandoval will be taken off. So Sandoval will take off. We'll see if Morris now can drive one into the gap and make things interesting at home plate. Tapped foul. Will do it again. So with Sandoval and Morris, they've actually tacked on a lot of pitches now to Alfredo Simon. Still got a pretty good number going. 3-2. Giants fans getting into it. Simon slowing things down, but now he's ready. On the line drive right at Cozart, and that's going to end the inning. Through 6, 1-0 Giants. Summary brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Good starts for both starters, Simon and Keene. Joe Panik has an RBI. Get a ball off the glove of Simon and not going to run. Also, Crawford and Duvall with base hits in that 5th inning. So the Giants, as we head to the 7th, lead 1-0. The new left fielder is Juan Perez.
Got the orange, black, and white look with the white laces. He is psyched about his new shoes.
Those may have just come out of the box. What do you think?
Yeah. More and more guys wearing New Balance.
Yeah, that's it. So here's Mesoraco. First pitch high, 1 ball and no strikes. Mesoraco has popped out and he's singled. Hit into center field for Blanco. 1 out. And that'll bring up Ludwig. Ludwig 0 for 2. Kane not ready, and the first pitch to Ludwig is hit high and foul and out of play down the right field line. Duvall will give chase. So it's no balls and 1 strike to Ryan Ludwig here in the top of the 7th inning. The ball is going to come over, so will Sanchez, but it's going to be in the 2nd row. And it's 0-2.
don't have a lot of room here. And that's one of the things that really favors the hitter. I mean, there's not a whole lot else that favors the hitter in this ballpark. But short foul territory, that's one of them.
0-2 to Ludwig. And the fastball runs in tight. It's 1-2. That's where Sanchez wanted it.
Humping up at 94 right there. Kane, it's always been a characteristic of his that his fastball builds velocity-wise as the night wears on. It's not uncommon to see him hit his highest velocities in his last inning. Just change the grips, change the movements. That was a two-seam fastball sink coming in on Ludwig, and that did miss by much.
So 3-2, so good battle. Cozart on deck. LeCure in the bullpen. And the walk. So that was an 0-2 to a walk.
Yeah, he took some pretty good pitches too with the fastball that inside corner.
Cozart is 0 for 1. He drew a walk to lead off the fifth. See Affelt jogging down to the bullpen. One out, one on. Giants lead 1-0. Outside to Cozart. So now Hector Sanchez, sensing that things are getting away from Kane a little bit, goes out to have a word.
They'll also give Affelt a little time to get loose down the bullpen.
Swing and a miss. Fun one up there at 77. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Sometimes a hang and breaking ball can be a pretty good pitch. Any pitch that gives you a striker now, that's a great pitch, even if it's a hang and breaking ball. I wouldn't put that in the scout report, though.
Not yet. Nice play, Sanchez, 2-1. Ludwig at first. He drew a 1-out walk. I think he threw him another hanger.
I think he did. I'm beginning to believe it is in the scout report. And believe it or not, there are guys that cannot hit him. But that is a world-class hanger right there. You cringed.
Three and 2. So that pitch that Kane had such a good grip on and was throwing it wherever he wanted to, he doesn't have that anymore. Now we'll see if Ludwig is going to go 3 and 2.
Well, he's hung 3 breaking balls in this sequence, and this is a get it in situation. Does he trust the breaking ball? They know Cozart's not a good breaking ball hitter. And this is a huge pitch. He's already walked the runner on. If he misses here, he walks a runner in scoring position.
We'll watch Ludwig. He goes. The pitch. Strike 3 call. Throw to second. And that's a double play. Just what Brian Price didn't want to have happen. And it does. 1-0 Giants.
Togo's way, and this, folks, is what you call a strike him out, throw him out, a 3-2 paint job outside corner at the knees. And then Hector Sanchez a strike to Joe Panik. And Ryan Ludwig, well, he's flat out, and that's our Togo's big play. The Togo's way. The baby Hector.
And here is Hector. Hector on the ground, Votto on the backhand. 1 pitch, 1 out. All right, let's check in with Amy G. Amy?
All right, gentlemen, you probably know this all too well. Sometimes little to no preparation for an athlete can be the very best thing. Case in point, Tim Lincecum Tuesday night had the option to go home early because he was the next day's day game starting pitcher. Well, in the 8th inning, guys, he was still hanging out, and Billy Hayes said, "What are you still doing here?" And he said, "What? Tomorrow is a night game." And Billy said, "No, tomorrow is a day game." Tim said, "Oh, I forgot," and went ahead and threw a no-hitter. Guys?
Oh, yeah. Sometimes the least amount of information is the best.
Well, yeah, I guess. If the results are no-hitters.
Here's Crawford, who singled and scored in the 5th. And he takes a strike. Affelt now jogging back down to the Giants bullpen. Rolls this one over to Phillips. Phillips will make the play, 2 outs. And here's Duvall. Duvall drove a double past Ludwig in left field. It moved Crawford to 3rd, and then Panik knocked him in.
He jumped on a fastball middle in.
Shoots this one high and foul and out of play down the right field line. 1 to Duvall. Taps this one to Cozart. And Cozart throws him out, and that'll end the inning. We will head to the 8th. It'll be a pinch hitter, and then the top of the Reds order. CNT Park. That'll be next week. That series will start on Tuesday. There are $14 dynamic deal tickets available for that Tuesday night game. Also, post-game fireworks show has been added to the July 2nd game. So check out the Cardinals. Visit sfgiants.com/tickets. Cardinals in town. Mike Matheny in town. The Cardinals in town as Bruce Bochy comes out after the pinch hitter was announced. And that was Brian Pena, the left-handed hitter. Bruce Bochy comes out, and he's going to get Kane, and Affeld's going to come in. So when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and repair experts. So enjoy the round of applause for Matt Cain as he departs.
Jeremy Affeld coming in for Bruce Bochy, 30th time that he has come in this first half, 2-1 with a 1.37 ERA. And he'll face Brian Pena, the right-hander. You can see our right-handers are hitting against Affeld. Fastball, low 90s, lots of sink, big curveball and a split.
Hamilton is on deck. We've seen Pena start the ball game yesterday at first and went 0 for 3. And Affeld starts him off with a strike.
Pena, one of 3 switch hitters the Reds have on their team.
This is rolled foul.
Cure on the right, and Jonathan Broxton. I remember him as a Dodger, starting to get heated up.
The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. Big breaking ball. It's 1-2.
That's exactly where he wanted to throw that.
Casilla now the only Giant throwing in the bullpen, and that is strike 3 call. He got it.
Cut fastball at a pearl. Well, time now for a forward right choice. We go back first inning, 2 outs, and Matt Cain does a spin move, and he gets Billy Hamilton hung up, and the end result is he gets picked off second time in the series, and that's our forward right choice. One more look. Whoa, yeah.
Oh.
Run him back, smaller bag, and finish him off with a pinch.
Strike to Hamilton. Batting right-handed. Cain magnificent tonight. Very good.
Yeah, he really was, and he pitched well with the fastball. It's the best he's pitched with the fastball in 4 starts.
Next pitch is down low.
And for Matt Cain, that's significant because that means his mechanics are sound. Topped out at 94 miles per hour with his velocity.
He's a Brandon fan.
Yeah. Spent some time working on that sign. That's a good looking sign.
Very colorful. Two balls and 1 strike. Frazier to follow. This is pop foul down the right field line and out of play. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and he flips it out to Pence. Pence waiting, Pence catching, 2 out. It was great. We had a vendor in front of us singing the Hot Chocolate song. You've never heard of the Hot Chocolate song, have you?
Not like that, I have not.
It made us chuckle. Here's Bruce Bochy. Casillas coming in. Casillas ready to go. It's 1-0 Giants. 4-game series. Pre-game live is going to start at 12:30. We'll have the game for you at the top of the hour, and you can watch it right here in Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. Tim Hudson will be on the mound against Homer Bailey. Here it's 1-0 as Casilla comes in to face Todd Frazier.
Santiago Casilla, 26th time that he has come in, 1-1 with a 1.19 ERA. Right-hander's hitting a .149, which is why he's being summoned from the pen. 4 good pitches and a fastball in mid-90s, depending on the grip, low to mid.
And the first pitch gets away from him. It's high, 1 ball and no strikes. Frazier against Kane was 0 for 3. He's got some power. Who knows?
2 times he's got push in his delivery there. So another bachelorette party. There's the bride in the green. Bride to be. Well, best wishes. And a great place to come to the yard.
2 balls and no strikes. And you see it. 4's 1 in. Good pitch, 2-2.
Well, that's the best pitch he's thrown in this 4-pitch sequence. Is a curveball and a 2-1 count.
That is a fact.
One thing about coming out of the bullpen, you got to make what you have that night work. Starters can kind of warm up to it, but bullpenners, they got to come in there. They got to show.
Hit well into center field. Blanco on the move. Blanco puts it away. Frazier hit it well, but not well enough. 1-0 Giants.
For that, we look to Matt Cain, who gave the Giants 7 strong shutout innings tonight. He was fantastic with pinpoint command with everything, and especially the fastball tonight. It really was something that he had control of since the very first pitch of the game, and for his effort, we make him our Honda player of the game.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy. Oil change and auto service. Your oil change tune-up and repair expert.
Sam McCure, the new pitcher now for Cincinnati, 1-1 with a 3.99 ERA. He's a sinker baller. Let's see. high 80s, maybe an occasional 90-mile-an-hour fastball, but with lots of movement. When he's right, you'll see a lot of ground balls. But he does have good breaking stuff, and he can also strike you out. So a guy that can get a ground ball and a strikeout is a commodity, and Sam LeCure would be that guy.
So Panic is at the plate. Colvin's on deck, and then it will be Blanco. And the first pitch is wide to Panic. He's got the only RBI in this game. He hit a ball off the glove of Simon. It rolled behind him and off the mound. Kozar came in and threw out Panic, but on the play Crawford scored from third. This is driven to left, and Panic's got a base hit. So that's a leadoff single. And here's Colvin.
Well, that'll ease the pressure a little bit. He had an 0 for 14 going into this at bat, despite the RBI that has been the difference in this game. But this swing of the bat ends the streak and ends the anxiety. Nice at bat.
So here's Colvin. Colvin came in as a pitcher, stayed in the game last night, and went 1 for 2. He hits this ball, could be a double play as he underhands it and will throw to first, and I think they got him, and they did.
Well, Brandon Phillips is a Gold Glove second baseman, and he has his own way of doing things, but he can be spectacular. And this is not an easy double play. He kind of wraps it around his body, and it's a perfect feed as Kozar comes across his body to catch the throw. It gets his shoulders cocked to first base, and it gives him the ability to put something on the throw. But this is what sets the play up. Right there, kind of under the arm, little shovel pass. Perfect. Beautiful play.
So here's Blanco. Blanco 1 for 2 lifetime against LeCure, and that was a home run. Or make that, I beg your pardon, a triple. So Blanco trying to get on for Hunter Pence. And the first pitch is low, 1 ball and no strikes. And a breaking ball flops in there to even the count. So Romo getting ready. And a strike, 1 and 2. So Blanco now is going to have to battle. And tight, 2 and 2. So look here, rubs up the new baseball. Hit off the throw to his glove. Blanco. So Pence will hit.
2-hit night for Gregor Blanco. Take a look at the pitch he got. A little two-seam fastball on the outside corner at the belt. That's where you lose your sink. And in a protect mode, gets it just over the outstretched arm of Phillips, and that's not an easy thing to do.
Pence is 0 for 3. Blanco started to go, put on the brakes, and Pence took a pretty good pitch to hit. Blanco getting back easily. See the defense set up. There is a gap between Votto and Phillips. Blanco goes, and the throw, and they got him. So Bruce Bochy's coming out. Going to have a word with Pat Holbrook.
Just go out and stall a little bit until you get the word. And this is what they're going to review right here. I don't know if I could tell from that angle. This is going to look out here.
Yeah, I think he's going to be out. They're going to take a look at it.
Well, right there looks like he beat it. And if that's the one they're going by, he's got a chance. I think it's a slim chance. But in that it is the 8th inning and it's a 1-run ball game, why not? You can't stockpile them and have more tomorrow if you don't use it today. And this is our replay review presented by Xfinity. If you ask Blanco, he's going to tell you he's safe. If you ask Brandon Phillips, he's going to tell you he's out. That's why we have umpires. That's why we have New York. Ryan Price, Bruce Bochy. This is a big play. It's a big 90 feet right here. This is the view that gives you the illusion that he's safe. Blanco taking the right field side of the bag, but even then it's not absolute, which of course it must be if it's going to overturn a call. Swipes the mitt back. Couldn't tell from that angle. So they're taking a long, hard look at it. For Blanco, he's only been thrown out once this year. He's got 8 stolen bags against 1 caught stealing, so he obviously would like to have 1 more stolen base, but the Giants would like to have 1 more runner in scoring position for Hunter Pence. That is close. If he is indeed ruled safe, Hunter Pence will have an 0-2 count on him to try and knock him in. And if he's out, of course, it's Romo time. It is a bit of an awkward moment to wait all this time, and now, boom, he's out. Not enough to overturn it.
Nothing Giants. North Bay area. 1-0 Giants, 9th inning. When it's time for a change, Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and repair experts.
So Sergio Romo comes into the 9th inning now. 33rd time that he's come in. 22 saves and 26 opportunities. 3-3 with a 4.75 ERA. And he is going to face the 3, 4, 5 hitters of this Reds lineup.
And the 3-hitter is Joey Votto. And Votto takes a pitch low and in. 1 ball and no strikes. Votto is lined out to center. He's flied out to center and he struck out. And his numbers against Romo, he's 0 for 1. And he actually reached, the last time he's faced Romo, he was hit by a pitch. Two balls and no strikes.
Joey Votto will not help you out. He will not go out of that strike zone, especially when he's ahead in the count. He really pigeonholes a pitch, or he will pigeonhole a side of the plate, in or out, or both.
Romo comes in. That actually clipped Sanchez, I think, both on the throwing fingers and the foot.
All right, let's see where it gets him. I can look on the back heel of his right foot.
Did not look like it hit his hand at all.
The heel. I guess it's redundant. It's back. Nevertheless, it hurt.
Indeed it did.
Joey Votto asking if he's all right.
Tap foul again, 2-2. So Romo's come back after falling behind 2-0.
And that location was perfect. Really let his movement run the outside corner. Giants give Joey Votto the right field side. They give him the line. They're bunching the gap in right center, and they're pinching Kipple's alley.
3-2.
So there's the changeup with the same type of movement that he just saw on the fastball. And he just missed wide. That was Romo's chance to go out of the strike zone and hope that Votto would chase. He did not. So now he's got to come into him.
Outfield straight away. And he walked him.
So he tried to backdoor a wraparound slider and he left it wide.
So that'll bring up Phillips. Phillips 0 for 3 tonight.
Three for 8 lifetime against Romo with a double. He has struck out 3 times against Romo, including the last time he's faced him.
No balls and 1 strike.
First pitch slider, staying away from the predictability of a swing through at a fastball, which is what Phillips really looks for. And he got him to chase. Again with the no dot slider. You can see how late and how fast that break is.
This one Phillips takes. It's 1-2.
So tried to really widen it out. Shane Dighton. It looked like Phillips was leaning too. Nine times he's hit into double plays, which leads the Reds.
Two and two.
Pretty easy takes. Those two are way wide. And even an aggressive hitter saw that early. Jay Bruce on deck with a 1-for-4 lifetime against Sergio Romo. But that doesn't count the times he faced him in the playoffs, and we all remember the most amazing at bat we ever saw. And there was a battle between Bruce and Romo.
2-2 to Phillips. And that's pulled foul.
5 pitches, 5 sliders.
So that slider got a little bit more of the plate. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Duvall holding on Votto at first here in the ninth. Hit high and deep to left. Perez back at the wall. Gone. And Phillips has just given the Reds the lead.
And it was just basically one slider too many. For the Reds, when they trailed after the 8th, they wound up 0-32, and this one is a hanger, and there's nothing you can do but watch it go out if you're Sergio Romo. And you talk about throwing some water on the party. Holy smokes.
Here's Jay Bruce, who takes the strike. Bruce has a couple of hits. He's 2 for 3. For Phillips, that's his 7th of the year. And that pitch is in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yep, it'll make you smile when you hit a hanging slider like that. Gutierrez starts to throw in the Giants bullpen.
Giants will have Pence, Sandoval, Perez coming up in the bottom of the ninth. And that's wide, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike.
Well, right now, Romo's got to get his concentration back. Not an easy thing to do when you've just given up the lead. But he's got to get back in the strike zone here, and he has to make quality pitches.
And this is pulled foul, and it's 2-2. Overshift is on for Jay Bruce. And he's out swinging for out number 1 here in the ninth. And that'll bring up Mesoraco.
Aroldis Chapman, the closer, starting to get heated up.
Mesoraco 1 for 3. And it's low. 1 ball and no strikes. With Ludwig to follow. A walk and a home run, and the Reds have taken the lead here in the ninth, and it's 2-0. Three balls and no strikes. So Romo will try to gather himself as he rubs up the baseball.
It is the hardest thing about being a closer, no doubt. You feel like you've just let down the world, and yet you've got to get it together, and you've got to continue pitching.
Three and one to Mesoraco. Well, to left, Perez. Does he have room? Two down.
I think I just got a bit out towards the end of the bat.
Here's Ludwig.
A little lazy slider that didn't do a lot out the belt out over the plate. And Mesoraco just got AT&T'd.
So here's Ludwig. Ludwig is 0 for 2 with a walk. And he takes a strike.
Kind of a little bit of a crossfire in that delivery.
One ball and one strike. This one may go, or may not. Giants need one to tie and two to go home. It'll be Pence, Sandoval, and Perez. 2-1 Cincinnati.
Yahoo Sports Talk live from the Plaza at 5 p.m. Pregame live at 6:30 right here at Comcast Sports Net Bay Area. Live broadcast from Willie Mays Plaza before every Tuesday home game starting at 5. Be one of the first 500 fans to stop by and get a cheer card and an authentic Giants fan blanket. Here we are watching the Reds lead the Giants going into the bottom of the ninth inning.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts.
Aroldis Chapman, the closer for the Reds, he of the 100 100+ mile-an-hour fastball. 16 saves on the year. He has blown 1 save. 45 strikeouts at 22 2/3 tells you that you have your hands full when you take your at-bats against Chapman. You're going to see the easiest 100-mile-an-hour fastball you've ever seen with a hard slider and, believe it or not, a changeup. Chris Heisey comes in on the double switch. He'll play left field. He'll hit the 9th spot. The pitcher spot in the lineup is 7th.
So here's Hunter Pence, who's 0 for 3. And he takes low. No swing. 1 ball and no strikes. No. 2-0.
2 sliders, 2 check swings, 2-0 count. You have to get started to catch up to a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. It is a pitch that you cannot see and then try and hit it. You got to jump out after it. And be quick.
Two balls, no strikes. And Hunter Pence swinging, like you said, starts. Try to catch up to it. That obviously was ball 3, but you got to get it going.
Well, and you'll see guys go out of the strike zone more with high velocity fastballs, simply because they're cheating to get it started. They'll follow it, especially high.
2-2. And a full count now to Hunter Pence.
He muscled up a 102.
On the ground and a base hit.
Just protect. Little fastball in the outside corner away from the target. They set it inside. And just get short and let him supply the power. And 100+, he's going to supply lots of power. And the shift, they were actually playing him to pull, which I think is pretty amazing. He beat it.
So here's Sandoval. Sandoval is 0 for 2. Reached on a walk in the 6th. Very high 1-0. Two balls and no strikes.
So now you can just gear up and look for one thing. Look for that fastball.
And at 100 miles an hour, Sandoval swings and misses. 2 balls and 1 strike.
That's what he's looking for. Gear up. Just did not get around enough. That ball was by him.
Done himself to stay back. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-2.
Look at how quick this gets on you. That's quick. Oh, so quick.
2-2. Foul back. Maybe Sandoval shortened up just a little bit. Buster Posey's come out in the on-deck circle. Two balls, two strikes. Out of play.
Doing him a favor, throwing him off speed stuff. Two fastballs by him. He's absolutely speeding his bat up by throwing him the off speed pitch. And those are the balls you're going to pull. And Sandoval with good power from both sides.
A little lower, more in the hitting area for Sandoval.
At 102.
At 102.
Just a high three-quarter release. He's an absolute thrower machine. Tremendous extension off of every one of those fastballs. Chapman wants a slider. Just cannot rely on it. He's trying to throw it. He threw a bunch of them to Pitts. He threw a bunch of them here in this at bat. He's not getting them over. I would be surprised if Mesoraco called anything but a fastball.
Absolutely.
Here.
I mean, they got to feel like Sandoval is going to be in the swing mode no matter what. 3-2. Foul back. Pitts was on the move. Since Sandoval swung and missed at those two fastballs, he's come back and he's had a pretty good at bat.
He has, and I think what Mesoraco's telling Chapman is to throw that fastball up. Because he had two swing through strikes, the first two strikes of this at bat, they were both above, they were right across the letters. As he's gotten that fastball lower, Sandoval has had good swings and he's gotten closer to hitting it.
3-2. And now they'll check on Pence. Three and 2. And he walked him.
That's a great at bat. And there was that high fastball. And the Reds are really counting on Sandoval going out of the strike zone and following it. And somehow he managed to lay off.
Buster Posey.
He's going to come up there looking for one thing early. He's going to try and jump on a quick fastball here.
And he did it on Thursday night against Chapman.
He's had a good June.
One ball and no strikes.
Again, Chapman digging a hole with that slider.
Now, this is his fourth straight appearance.
See the pitches that he had Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, if you're Buster Posey, you could sell the farm on this hack.
Yep. A bullet. And it gets past Heisey. Pence scores. Sandoval to third. Posey's got a double. And this game is tied. And he sold the farm.
Let's take a look at the sequence. He gets a lot of first pitch strikes with a slider. Here, Posey checks it off. And he comes at him again with a fastball down and away, and he gives him a 2-0 advantage. And Posey on a 2-0 fastball rifles it into left field. One of the hardest guys in the league to throw a fastball by, and we have a brand new ball game.
So Hunter Pence, who led the inning off with a base hit to right field. Sandoval, a great at bat to get a walk. And Buster Posey sits around for 9 innings and he doubles. And now Hector Sanchez is going to step up. The Reds can do a number of things. They can walk Sanchez if they want. But Chapman's control hasn't been that great.
One more look at perfection at the plate. Up the pitch, the tying run. Reaction from the bench.
So here's Sanchez with the infield all the way in. Down low, 1 ball and no strike.
Again, the slider has failed him. And he could throw 3 more of those in the dirt, and it really wouldn't hurt him. The defense for the Reds, very shallow in center, as you can imagine.
On the ground. And Sanchez is retired. And Crawford's being called back. It's going to be Joaquin Arias.
Again, the Reds have options here. It's a very dramatic defense that they're putting on. I mean, they're looking for atom balls in the infield and short pop-up or fly balls to the outfield. You have pretty good speed at third base with Sandoval. Great arm in center, great arm in right. Come to think of it, great arm in left.
Out of play, no balls and 1 strike.
So you're going to have some depth on the fly ball if you're going to score Sandoval with the arms you have in the outfield for the Reds.
Chapman jumps out in front of Arias. It's 0-1.
Mesoraco going to come out and talk about it again. This is going to draw some boos. People are getting impatient.
.22 pitches for Chapman. And now it's 0-2. So he throws that slider to the back foot, and now Arias is going to have to battle. Duvall is on deck. He may not even hit if Arias doesn't get it done. So here's Chapman. Foul back. It stays at 0-2.
Somehow got a piece of that 100-miler fastball right above the hands.
Oh, 2. On the ground. 2 down.
And now the Reds have a base that they can use to walk Duvall to set it up against the left-hander panic. Giants have Brandon Hicks left on the bench. So for Brian Price, the skipper of the Reds, it's who do you want to have face? Who do you want to have Chapman face? Do you want him to face Duvall with an open base where he can kind of work around the strike zone, if that's possible when you throw 100 miles an hour, or load the bases and face Hicks?
And Duvall faced Chapman. He has faced him in this series. And he fouls it back, and it's 0-1.
Defense in the outfield relaxes back. Defense in the infield relaxes back.
Sandoval's got to be heads up at third. You never know when a ball might get by Mesoraco. Nothing in 2. 2 pretty good swings.
2 good swings, and that was a hanging slider. Based on the performance of that pitch, I really don't think that Mesoraco is going to call it again. If he does, he's going to be pounding the dirt to put it down below the strike zone. But our pitch has just got too much laziness on it to throw it in the strike zone. Ball, a good fastball hitter.
1-2.
And Chapman shook off the fastball. He wants the slider.
2-2.
Pretty good take right there.
A lot of movement from Duvall. He stands up there. He's pretty quiet.
Mesoraco wants fastball away.
Out of play. It stays at 2-2. Three days ago in AAA. Here on a Saturday night, game on the line in front of a packed house. Adam Duvall, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Again, fastball away.
Got him, and that'll end the inning. Giants tie it up. We will go to the 10th. This was the hit that tied it up. And the 10th inning is coming up. And there's your new pitcher.
Juan Gutierrez coming in now for the 34th time this year. Had a good first half, 28 strikeouts against 6 walks and just 32 base runners and 35 in a third. A 4-pitch guy, mid-90s fastball, curveball, slider, changeup.
Hicks is now in left field. Arias is at shortstop. And Buster Posey's at first base.
Jonathan Broxton up again. He will pitch the bottom of the 10th for the Reds.
So here's Gutierrez facing Zach Cozart, then Heisey, and then Hamilton. And the first pitch almost goes to the backstop, and it's 1 ball and no strikes.
You got a couple pitches to get used to the slant, get that ball down. That was a bit of an overthrow.
Up the middle, over the bag, into center field, a base hit. So Cozart with his first hit, he's now 1 for 3. And here's Heisey. So Heisey batting for the first time. See if Heisey shows bunt. He does. And he takes it low, 1 ball and no strikes. A 2-2 ball game here in the 10th inning as Javier Lopez starts to throw. Kane started, he was great. Affel, Casilla, Romo, and now Gutierrez. And this is bunted. Posey will tag the runner. And moving down to second is Cozart.
So Brian Price giving up an out to get a runner in scoring position. And here comes the top of the lineup.
And it's Hamilton who's 2 for 4.
You know, I just don't think the Reds are used to having to play little ball, not coming from Cincinnati where the Great American Ballpark is so offensive. Built for home runs, built for offense. But the Reds have played good small ball in this series.
Blocked by Sanchez. 1 ball and no strikes. Arias trying to keep Cozart as close to second base as he can. You cannot have that guy steal third. So Gutierrez, who works very slow, deals, and he throws a strike to Hamilton.
Hamilton definitely not sitting on a breaking ball in a 1-0 count. And you can throw a lot more of those breaking balls out there. I mean, he's going to sit on fastball until he gets 2 strikes. If you walk him, it is not the end of the world.
And he gets the call on the outside corner, 1-2.
And one thing they have found out about Hamilton is that he will chase in the dirt. Back foot sliders, try and bounce a curveball at home plate, good pitch. And this is what sets it up. Nails that outside locator with a good curveball from that high 3/4 release.
Tried to get Hamilton to chase the high fastball. He doesn't bite. It's 2-2. 8 hits for the Reds, 7 for the Giants. And the 2-2 hit foul. Frazier on deck. Two and two. Maybe a bit outside.
Yeah, just a bit outside, but a good pitch nevertheless. Again, they have an open base here. What you don't want to see is just a flat, belt-high, middle-of-the-plate T-ball challenge. So make your pitch here. In his mind, it's 0-2, not 3-2. Still throw a back foot slider here. You can bounce a curveball. You can go above the hands of the fastball in.
Popped him up. So Arias puts it away. 2 outs. And here's Frazier. Frazier is 0 for 4 tonight. Both Kane and Simon pitched extremely good baseball tonight. Both starters were fantastic. Low to Frazier. 1 ball and no strike.
That's a good pitch right there. Again, you've got Javier Lopez in the bullpen. You got Joey Votto on deck. They're not going to pinch hit for Votto. You've got an open base. Do not have to challenge Frazier in the middle of the strike zone. Make him hit your pitch. Make him swing at stuff out of the strike zone. Make him expand.
Tapped foul. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
And those are good pitches. You clearly have the advantage here if you're Gutierrez. Votto on deck. Lopez in the bullpen. Votto's 0 for 7 lifetime against him. So this is the one at bat here. You have to really manage the strike zone if you're Gutierrez.
He runs that underneath his hands. It's 1 and 2.
That was nasty. He just broke down a good fastball hitter. And that was late movement. And I believe this is a 2-seam fastball at 95. I'll watch it bore in on Frazier. That ate him up.
Wow. One and 2. Sanchez keeps it close.
Good block. Now, Hector Sanchez has to be thinking about that fastball on the hands again. As good as that pitch was, and as bad as Frazier looked on it, and I think he's going to come out and talk to him. He says, "Hey, you got another one of those fastballs in you?"
Do you remember how you threw it? Can you throw it again?
Give it to me. He might not even put a sign down here now.
2-2 to Frazier. The base runner at second is Zach Cozart. And this is right at Panik, and that's going to end the inning. Panik's going to lead things off. He'll be followed by Hicks and then Blanco. It's 2-2. To the bottom of the 10th inning, and there's the new pitcher. He's a big guy.
He indeed is a big guy. Jonathan Broxton is coming in for the 27th time. He's 3-0 on the year with a 0.71 ERA. He is having a great season. 6'4", 295-pounder in his 9th year at the big league level. You're going to see mid-90s fastballs, a hard curveball, and a slider.
And it'll be Panik, Hicks, and Blanco. Panik singled in the 8th inning. He's 1 for 3. And he takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Broxton to Joe Panik. To the back foot. 1 ball and 1 strike. Wasn't that long ago, this was the Dodgers closer. Well, maybe, what, 4 maybe years ago?
Spent some time in Los Angeles, spent some time in Kansas City. Now he's found a home with the Reds.
Not close to Panik. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Big year for Broxton was 09, but the Dodgers had 36 saves. Came back in 2010, had 22, and then he started to fall out of favor. When Chapman was on the DL, but Broxton was saving for this club. He's got 5 saves for him.
Here's the 2-1 to Panik. Panik bounces this one up the middle. Phillips knocks it down, and that's all he can do. Giants went to the 9th inning with a lead. A walk, and then Phillips did this.
Well, a series of sliders, and Romo hung one, and it was in a 2-strike count, and Phillips made a pay. But Buster Posey answers with 2 on, nobody out, a 2-0 count. Rifles a double into left field, and that tied the score, and that's where we're at right now.
So here's Hicks. See if Hicks is going to lay down a bunt. It's a base hit for Panic.
That throw over called by Brian Price and the Reds to see if indeed Brandon Hicks was going to tip his hand. He did not.
Blanco on deck, and then Pence. Panic with his lead. And the bunt. Votto thought about it, and they get the out at first. So down to second is Panic. Nice job by Hicks. And the hitter will be Gregor Blanco. Not the easiest thing to do when you've got a guy out there that throws hard is to lay down that sacrifice bunt when everybody in the ballpark knows you're going to bunt.
Well, and it's also a good first baseman that has a very good throwing arm at first base with Votto. So it had to be perfect.
Blanco's got a couple of hits. He's 2 for 4.
Looks like Morrison's making a call right here.
The Reds do have a base to play with. I'm not sure if that means anything at this point. Broxton's probably going to go after Blanco, unless maybe he falls way behind. And this has popped up. So Frazier will put it away. So that's 2 outs. And it'll be Hunter Pence.
Hunter Pence has 5 lifetime at bats against Broxton. He's 1 for 5 with a strikeout and a walk. Nine career walk-off hits, 1 this season.
So here's Broxton to Pence, and that off the top of the helmet of Mesoraco, and it's no balls in 1 strike. You always look to see when a guy gets hit in the mask. For whatever reason, you just look to see what kind of a mask is it, and this is the old style mask.
If you're thinking about the arms in the Reds outfield, they're all very good. It's one of their strengths as a defense, and they're the top-rated defense in the National League. He's got a little bit better than average speed with Panic at second. With 2 outs, he is going to get a good jump.
Oh, and 1 to Pence. And that's out of play, so it's 0-2.
I mean, after watching Chapman's 100-plus fastballs, 95 looks like a changeup.
And that was an easy 95 from Broxton.
There was a time he was the guy that had the high 90s fastball and occasional 3-digit 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
Oh, 2 to Pence. They're going to set up way off the plate. And he gets him to end the inning. So this one will go to the 11th. It remains 2-2. Junior Giants recently, and this is truly a unique league that provides safe activities for youth in some of our more challenged communities. Kids learn confidence, teamwork, leadership. You can help kids and get involved all summer long by making a donation at any level. So visit jrgiants.org and you can learn a lot more about this special campaign called the Junior Giants Stretch Drive.
Javier Lopez coming in to pitch the top of the 11th here for Bruce Bochy. 31st time he's come in. See the numbers. 16 innings pitched total. He has been a situational lefty a lot of those times. But he's more than that. He can get both righties and lefties out. Nobody really hits him well. You saw the numbers.
And this is hit to left, and it's going to shoot right by Hicks. So Votto's got a leadoff double. And that's the first hit ever for Votto against Lopez.
Set up in the outside corner. I mean, it's right out there over the middle of the plate. So the approach from Votto, I think, was to go the opposite way. So he breaks the spell of magic that Lopez had over him.
Phillips hit the 2-run home run in the 9th to give the Reds the lead. And Phillips is not going to get a chance to do anything in this inning other than run.
So you think Brandon Hicks felt a little weird out there in left field?
Yeah, I do.
I mean, before tonight, he's never played a professional inning, majors or minors, in the outfield.
Well, when you're the, 23rd, 24th, 25th guy on the roster, you raise your hand and you say, I can do it.
I'm good. Anybody catch? Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Just wait, I got the gear in my car. It's in my trunk. I just kind of keep it with me just in case.
Yeah, I drive home and look for schoolyards to go catch bullpens at. I'm ready for you.
Here's Bruce. Gene Machi now is in the bullpen with a number of right-handed hitters coming up. So nobody out and 2 aboard for Bruce, who shows bunt, and he lays down a good one, and Lopez is going to spin around and throw, and they got him.
Boy, Bruce can run, and he will definitely put some heat on a play.
And it turned out to be a nice play by Lopez.
It really was. So for a guy that never bunts, that's perfect. Or first and second, should be down the third base side. Yeah, I don't think he did that on his own. I think that he was told to do it. Last bunt that Bruce had was 2011.
So Mesoraco is going to be walked intentionally.
Now the Reds have 2 more guys on the bench. And the one, the ace in the hole for Brian Price is Ramon Santiago, who's a switch hitter.
Yeah, and he's on deck.
And that is the ace in the hole. So
Lopez issues the walk to Mesoraco. Mike's talking about Santiago. Bruce Bochy's coming out. Santiago, numbers-wise, if you just go by his numbers, much better hitter right-handed than left-handed, so they're going to switch him around. So Machi's coming in. It's the 11th inning, and it's 2-2.
And we have a new pitcher now for the Giants. It's going to be Gene Machi. 35th time that he has come in. 5-0 with an 0.84 ERA. He had a string of consecutive scoreless innings at 25 1/3 in this series. But he has been spectacular. Just 27 base runners in 32 1/3. And he is going to inherit a strikeout situation with Ramon Santiago pinch hitting. Reds do have 1 guy left on the bench. It's left-handed hitter Skip Schumacher.
So the Giants will play the infield in, as you would expect. Votto, Phillips, and Mesoraco are your base runners. We are in the 11th. And Machi throws, and there's a called strike, and it's 0-1.
So Machi with 3 pitches, the fastball, the slider, and the forkball, his signature best pitch, his swing and miss pitch. He opens up the at-bat with it. See what Santiago has done against the Giants. 4 for 13 with a couple of walks. He's been around a while. I mean, he's in his 11th year at the big league level.
And that pitch is a bit outside to even the count. 1 ball and 1 strike. You see what the Reds did the first 2 games with runners in scoring position. Tonight they're 0 for 8. A ball and a strike. Machi at the belt. And a strike. It's 1-2.
Santiago was not looking for a forkball there. He was guessing fastball.
One and two.
So here we go. Drop the signs again. Clear advantage here for Machi. Pressure's on Sanchez to block everything.
That's going to be out of play, and we'll do it again.
And that had a little hang time to it.
I don't think he's thrown him a fastball yet, has he?
No. 4 pitches, 4 forks.
One and two. Machi to Santiago, and he got him.
And the first fastball, the whole at bat, and he goes front door with a little two-seam movement, and he takes out strike 3, and Santiago's left standing. You see the high target? Bang, right to it. And we have not seen many high strikes called tonight. And Bellino rings him up. And now everybody in the defense can relax back.
Here's Cozart.
Cozart has had a lot of big hits in this series.
Singled off of Gutierrez in the 10th. And he fouls it back. He had a pretty good pitch to hit. It's 0-1.
So first pitched him with a slider. And that's the first one he's thrown tonight. And I know that was a get it in slider, but that was Cozart's chance.
Yeah, he didn't exactly swing at it like it was a get it in slider. Oh, and 1 with the bases loaded and 2 outs.
So no more sliders up. That was the fork ball.
One and 1 to Cozart. And that's a base hit. 1 run's going to score. 2 runs are going to score. And the Reds have taken the lead. It's 4-2. And Cozart gets another big hit in this series.
One count. And he leaves a forkball right at the bell out over the plate. And Cozart not trying to do too much with it, thinking back up the middle. Ouch. Todd Frazier's going crazy.
Yes, he is. Here's Heisey. And a strike to Heisey, and it's 0-1. Heisey with a sacrifice bunt in his only other at bat. He did that in the 10th inning. So judging by our graphic a couple of hitters ago, that's the first hit with runners in scoring position tonight. So they're 1 for 10.
1 for 10.
One ball and one strike. The Giants in the bottom of the sitting will have Sandoval, Posey, Sanchez, they came back in the 9th inning to tie. They're going to have to do it again. This is hit out to Hunter Pence, but it's hit very well. Pence looking up, and it's over his head. Mesoraco scores. Cozart's going to score. They all score, and into third is Heisey with a triple. And that's going to send a few people home.
Take a look at the location. Fastball, outer half, just a little bit up, about mid-thigh, and Heisey going right with it, showing he has excellent opposite field power. It's not an easy thing to get the ball over the head of Hunter Pence. And that's the hit that got separation right there. Ouch.
So here's Hamilton. Hamilton swings and misses. It's 6-2.
A couple of ouches in this inning.
Yeah, maybe the biggest ouch was in the 9th.
Yeah.
And Hamilton drives one into right field, a base hit. That's going to score Heisey. And Hamilton will stop at second with a base hit. And Dave Righetti's going to come out to try to calm things down. So Machi was a strike away from getting out of this inning. And now it's a 5-run lead for the Reds.
Well, you say calm things down. That's exactly what Righetti's trying to do. When you get rocked in a game where your team was thinking they were going to get a win, you really, really lose your concentration. You just do. It just goes out the door. You start thinking about all these negative thoughts, and you need somebody to come out there and get you back on track. A 5-run top of the 11th for the Reds.
So here's Frazier. Frazier's 0 for 5. And he goes around on a pitch in the dirt, and it's 0-1. Lopez started the inning. He gave up a leadoff double to Votto. A couple of intentional walks, a sacrifice bunt. Giants were still a pitch away from getting out of it. But Zach Cozart ruined the party. There's a pitch high, 1 ball and 1 strike. A 41,000 party. Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike, and if Gene Machi, and I'm not saying he is, but if he were to peek down to the bullpen, he would find out that there's nobody in the bullpen.
And that may have been the message, too, from Dave Righetti. Oftentimes, that could be the greatest inspirational speech of all times.
2-2. I think that's the split that Machi's been looking for in this inning.
That's a good one right there.
It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. And this is skied out into right field for Hunter Pence. And that'll finally end the inning. So the Giants now have lots of work to do. It's 7-2 as Sandoval's going to lead things off. In the bottom of the 11th inning.
Good pitcher now for Cincinnati will be Jumbo Diaz. Third time that he's come into a ball game. And, yeah, he's got a mid-90s fastball. Everybody coming out of that pin throws hard. Fastball, he'll cut it. He's got a curveball and a slider. Slider's his best specialty pitch. This guy, for the longest time, was just a guy who was just heavy. I mean, he weighed 320 pounds in spring training. And he's lost 45 pounds to get to where he's at right now. And with the loss of weight, he's really been able to repeat his arm slot, and he's taken charge of the strike zone.
Here he's facing Sandoval, who takes low.
This is his 13th year of organized baseball, and you saw he just got called up. His third appearance as a big leaguer. He's 30 years old. This is got like 2 weeks of time.
So this is a bit like Gene Machi.
Exactly. But his key was losing the weight. He's a big guy, 6'4", but through most of his minor league career, he was well into the 300s. But he got himself into shape. He lost the weight, and look at the results.
A ball and a strike to Sandoval. Sandoval goes the other way. That's going to be foul.
Jumbo Diaz initially came into organized baseball with the Dodgers, then he went to the Rangers and the Orioles, then the Pirates, and finally to the Reds. And the Reds have convinced him. You need to shed the pounds, and he did, to his credit.
Outside to Sandoval, it's 2-2.
Just another 99-mile-an-hour fastball. slider right there at 87. That's his best breaking ball. I mean, this is not a safe situation with the Reds on top of the Giants by 5 runs, but in his mind, it's a safe situation. Trying to close out a win. This will be a first.
Sandoval shoots another one foul. Buster Posey on deck. Out of play. So Diaz keeps pumping fastballs and Sandoval keeps fouling them off. And he keeps fouling them off. We could be here for a while.
Well, it's not like they're running out of balls.
Not a problem.
Next pitch will be number 9 on the at-bat.
That's the 3rd walk in a row for Sandoval. Buster Posey pinch hit in the 9th, and he tied it up.
101-mile-an-hour fastball. He jumped on it like it was a BP fastball. And at that point in time, things were looking good. But the Giants could not get the runner in from third base with nobody out.
And a strike to Buster Posey, and it's 0-1. Buster with 9 home runs, 40 driven in. Sandoval's going to go, and this is foul back, and it's 0-2. Alfredo Simon started for the Reds. He was very good. So was Matt Cain. And it's high. Sandoval will go to second. Nobody cares. It's 1-2. Posey fights off a good pitch. Just could see another one.
Well, foul balls are flying here at the club level. And that is a hot spot.
Low and away to Posey. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Now, Jumbo Diaz is a couple balls away from getting that bullpen up again for the Reds.
On the ground to Phillips. So Posey's retired. Sandoval will move over to third. And the hitter will be Hector Sanchez. Well, you can see why the Reds like Diaz. He's got a good arm.
Well, yeah, guys that can throw 99, they're likable guys.
So here's Sanchez. Sanchez chops it foul off his foot, and it's no balls and 1 strike. But one thing that Hector Sanchez has been very good at this year, and that's getting those guys in, whether they're at second or third. And he did not do that in the 9th inning. He hit a ground ball to Cozart. Arias had a chance to win the game, and he hit a ground ball to Cozart. Swing and a miss, 0-2. And look, I get who was out there. It was Aroldis Chapman. Not the easiest guy in the world to try to knock in a run.
No, you're right. And it's an at-bat that he's going to think about a lot.
But the point is he has been good at it this year. Just not tonight. Way outside, 1-2. Arias to follow. And Sanchez is out swinging. So 2 outs here in the 11th. And that'll bring up Arias. Arias hit for Crawford in that 9th inning with the bases loaded and 1 out. And as I mentioned earlier, hit that slow roller to Cozart.
Yeah, that's going to be a question that Bruce Bochy is going to have to answer, because that's the first thing they're going to ask him after the game. Why did you let Arias hit for Brandon Crawford against a left-hander, with Crawford having such great success this year against lefties? Crawford hitting over 300 against lefties this year. Arias hitting under 200 against lefties this year.
Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. And this is a 1-hopper knocked down by Phillips. Arias is going to pick up a base hit. He will knock in Sandoval. And the hitter will be Gene Machi. Arias is going to go, and Machi bounces this one to Phillips. And this will be the ball game. So a very disappointing loss for the Giants. They had the lead in the 9th, and then they had a chance to win the game in the 9th offensively. And Mike, in that department, they went 0 for 2.
Well, it just adds frustration to a clubhouse that just seems to have lost the ability to bring home the bacon. And the Reds have taken the first 3 games of this series, and they've flat out outplayed the Giants in every way, shape, or form. And tomorrow they have one more opportunity to try and salvage one.
Indeed, indeed. Final score, the Reds 7 and the Giants 2. Esurance Giants postgame live with interviews in the Rapids coming up. But first, let's go to the Sportsnet Central studio.